Run the game directly from the install folder. What does scan and repair tool image or install game files to check for corrupted, missing, or broken data? If it finds any faulty files, it'll automatically re-download and replace them.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chupacabra Tutorials channel. I'm your host, Larry, and today I'm going to show you how to scan and repair your games inside of the Blizzard Games launcher. Let's say you're playing, I don't know, Overwatch 2, and for whatever reason you're starting to get some weird graphical glitches, you're having trouble staying connected, something's going on with your game, maybe it doesn't even launch. One way that you can sort of suss out what's wrong with it is double checking that everything that's installed is currently actually correct. So to scan and repair problems with...
I think that fixed it. Dude, I think that just fixed my issues. Hopefully. Looks like it did anyways. Oh, nope. You whatever, the game still works. It's only the loading menu. They ever update this shit? May 30th. So they haven't updated this shit. Okay.
Very much. Hello YouTube, welcome everybody. We have here Luna showcasing us Jeb Fent zone for T2 declone kill, and it's actually really good, this version. Luna, would you be so kind and go over the items that would be basically in on live server, basically with the best corruptions that you would basically aiming for, and maybe elaborate why that choice has been made for the people who would like to learn about it?
Sure.
Chicken
So,
fillet or whatever it's
Vamp
called.
Gaze, good. It's got PDR, Life Leech. A little bit of cold damage is okay on the Skellies, kind of slows them down a bit. I think 3 socket or +1 are your best lambs here, or maybe even max fire res to save a Vex. Then ideally, you get your res somewhere else, so you don't need an Rune there, so you can get like Jaw Rune for more health,
Right.
etc., stuff like
And-
that.
And for the people to understand, the +1 skill is basically boosting your
So +1 skills gives me evade, dodge.
What the fuck, man? What is going on, dude? Why? it's not even showing up now. I don't understand. No way, is Easy Frames not even on here? What is this? Fuck.
How may I aid you? I have just the thing for you. Try. Looking for something special? May the eternal sun shine.
The red lines on top and bottom of the last control frame displaying CC on you. What is causing it to do that? That's what I don't understand. Hi.
You awake?
You? No. Something is causing that, and I gotta figure out what it is. I think. I think it's this. The only thing that makes sense. No? Hmm. Oh, no way. Maybe we'll try. See what it does. Ah. Hmm. Definitely an add-on. I just don't know which. Is it? No way, right? Because trying to see why. Okay. Hmm. Mm. Maybe, but that shouldn't. I don't think, right? It's not that.
Well met. You wish to speak?
Peace, friend.
Definitely.
Looking for something special?
Me? No? Hmm. 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 Here's what we're gonna do. That fixed it. I don't know which add-on. Matrix Plus works. Makes it work. Oh. Sick. Game just crashed. Okay. Okay, dude. What was that shit, dude? Okay. What the fuck, dude? Okay. I think we're good. Oh, okay. I like this one more. You ready to make that darker? Well, let's
What brings you here? Goodbye.
online don't work. Oh, in edit mode? Hmm.
If your personal resource display is stuck on the side of the screen, you need to go in here on the edit mode. You need to do the checkbox on it. If you do the checkbox on personal resource display, then you can move it around your screen. So if it's stuck over here on the left, you just check the box and then move it to wherever you want it, right? Like I like it in the middle where my cast bar is. That's if your personal resource display is stuck on the side of the
Upstairs.
What can I help you?
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
Greetings.
What's you want? How you doing, man? Be seeing ya.
Doesn't look right, I guess. I don't know. Weird.
Macaw. Macaw. Strength and honor. Loktar.
Fuck. Mm. Damn it. I just want to figure out which add-on is doing. The one thing, dude. We gotta figure out that. Okay, back to the add-ons. On SUI, right? I don't even make sense. That shit off. There's no way it's this, right? Like, I'll be so sad. Okay, good. Minish, maybe? I mean, that doesn't make sense either, but... No. What would it be? What would it be? Oh no. Oh, nice. I know it's not dark mode. Maybe? No. I don't even need that add-on anyways. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that is. It's not that. Oh, target health maybe? Might be it. Oh, target health, dude.
So.
Okay. Let's test it out.
Blood and thunder.
What do you need?
Nova. shock, strength, earth, wind fury. Wait.
Go forth to victory.
Okay. Dude, that shit was driving me crazy for so long. I'm glad we figured that out. Miru Fireblade.
Strength and honor.
Strength and honor. Valhalla. For the Horde.
Oh, show real NPC health. There it is. I don't need that target health shit. Right? I guess we'll test it out when we get out in the world. First things first though. So all frames, format numbers. If numeric value is selected as status text, this setting will make it display max. Oh, yes. Yes. That's all we needed. We don't even need easy frames anymore. What? What? That's all we've ever wanted. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, I'm glad we went through all that. Fucking super worth. Make Ogremar my home. Alright. Did I get this all? Ah.
Glory to the Horde. Loktar. Go.
Yeah, buddy. Attack this guy. Oh shit. Just drop. Shit. Oh.
What are you looking for?
I mean, nothing.
Victory.
What are you looking for? Dabu.
Jeez. Going down in price, huh? I want. Oh, need something to poison me. I need a scorpion to poison me. I want to see what the. Oh, you know, I could just do that. Poison me. Poison me. Poison me. There it is, dude. Better. Yeah, I like it better like that. Makes it look a little cleaner. Damn, get them, dudes. Eesh. Oh yeah, we fixed it. Ah, yeah. Wait, what? Yet. I missed. I just realized that my fucking buff frames are all fucked. I want to do this. I kind of want. Low key, we kind of want him here. One more over. Oh. Mode. I think that's better because that makes more sense. My warlord, huh?
I am forsaken.
I'm listening.
AI viewers stream book. Com.
What now? I am forsaken.
What is it?
What else do we have?
Trust no one. Hello?
Think we're good?
Beware. What would you ask, Odin?
Is Spy ever gonna work? Bruce Spy? Yeah, because I really don't like this thing. Now, the name of this fucking thing, what is it called? H-O? Oh, what is this thing called? Roll PvP? Still gonna be there, isn't it? How does it work? Who's hunting your true spy? Is it about log nameplates, your character? What is it called? True spy? Ambient screen edge glow.
Be quick about your business.
Kind of fuck with this thing. See how it works. Need to find an enemy. I mean, I guess I could just. Where is he? Well, that's cool. See if that fixed. Hmm. Yeah, they gotta be in town. All right. I mean, I kind of want spy, not this big ass thing, honestly. Right? So, um, to the curse site, downloaded spy for retail version. I mean, it kind of does tell me like what general area they were in. I mean, I like it, but I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it. All right, so what do I have to do? I need to replace the frame. Open main window.lui from spy. All right, so file location, anniversary, interface, add-ons, spy. Am I opening? Open main window.lui. Okay. Replace the frame count. Oh shit. Forget how to do this. Alt F. dot set font downframe dot text set font normal. Oh, dude, how do I, bro? How am I supposed to? All right, let's see if that works. Looks like it's working. Oh my, would you look at that? You can type, that'd be cool. Hell to the yeah, bitch. Okay, slash supply. Well, there we go. How do I lock you? That's to show the kill on sight button on the enemy player's target frame. Cool, I'm glad we got it to work.
Greetings.
And all the pog stuff. I don't want these to be a little bit bigger. Maybe a little small. So where you at? Hmm. Okay. Poor dude. You at? You up there? Oh, there you? Fucking pootered on, bitch.
Strength and honor.
Talk to me. Me got the good stuff. What you want? Hey there, relax. We got the good stuff on.
Oh. At 11.99. Okay. $33 gold. Let's get it. Can I give you a buff? Yeah. Okay. Need these hunters to buff themselves. I did something. Didn't do anything together today. You okay with that? Still loves me, still happy to be with me. Promise. Where did it? Oh, it smells like lotion in here. That's all we got, huh? Greasy. Yeah. Greasy yourself.
No.
You say
And the little bit
the
pieces
little
that I
bits and
forgot.
pieces. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Welcome. Let me tuck you in. Oh, you're fucked. Dude. You're not gonna get up. Don't play on your phone, just go straight to bed. It's 30, you're not gonna want to get up. I think I'm gonna make more money. Overall, yeah. Because I'm gonna get full benefits.
I was at those full benefits.
Yes and no. I don't think it works like that. It's a stepping stone. For guaranteed work, guaranteed hours, we'll know exactly what we're gonna be making. So like, my goal is, I think it's $1,000 a year is my goal. Divided by 12, that's 5,000 a month. Math on that right? Divided by 2. I should be getting 2,500 every 2 weeks. Nope. So probably like 2,000 at the minimum.
1,000 a month?
Maybe 60,000 a year.
Oh.
Every 2 weeks, I should be getting paid 2,500.
Hypothetically, $500 well earned.
So low end, I should be making.
Able to keep all of this 1,000.
This world works, love.
Good.
And then you need to find out how much you're going to be making. Even if we were both making 50,000 a year.
I think it's going to be a gradual thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be immediately. How I'm seeing it is that she's pinching me into learning how to.
You get paid every week or every 2 weeks? So, low end, you should be making $1,000 a week on the low end. I'm saying on the low end. I always shoot low. So, yeah.
So, let's say I start as book.
Well, that's bad. I mean, I don't know, full time. I mean, what would your hours be?
Let's say I'm maxed at 30.
32 hours? That's $480 a week. There's no way. No, that's not survivable. Tell them no then.
If that happened.
Yeah, well, I would just tell him no to that. Okay, I appreciate that, but that's not enough money to survive. You think they're gonna do that to you?
That.
I'm technically eligible for benefits right now. I found out from Brian. They're not as good as the salaries, but no, because I'm a key. Keys get benefits. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really worried about it.
That's crazy. I could have been a kid. I said, fuck no. I want. That was a mandate.
Because they were losing Josh. But they lost Josh when you started, I think. Alright, go to bed, babe. We'll figure it out.
We do all the.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Destroying, that's all I know. Yeah. Good. Pick up as much as you can. It only makes you look better. It also makes you more money.
Oh, one thing that I've noticed is that when I went into work, I think it was Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I find it. Tried finding it and I couldn't find it.
Did you officially pick it up? Huh. Okay.
It also turned that we
Uh-huh.
have max, or during the week have maybe 3 cooks
Right.
and have 4 have
Am I cheating right now? What does that say? Allows water walking. Oh, Jesus. Mm-hmm. Jesus.
Oh my god, you know that book that I read that was sitting in your truck for months?
Mhm.
I just learned that the author is making. I'm so fucking excited.
It's gonna suck, don't worry.
Oh, I swear. I swear. And apparently, it's gonna be 2 to 2.5 hours long. It's gonna be two of them. Book. They have to take 600-page book, hour movie. Every single major pivot point looks in that movie. When I tell you those fucking pivot points that I'm talking about are fucking insane, and it's gonna show everything.
You need to go to bed. You freak.
Oh, I'm gonna be in the front row seat when that shit happens. That shit comes out.
By yourself. You're right. Good job.
Oh yeah, I've been to the movie theater by myself.
Didn't upset you, me saying that to you?
I'll go.
Whatever, dude.
I'll enjoy it more without your.
Well, you're an asshole.
I would hate that shit.
Oh, you think so? What's it about? Dragons and pussy fucking?
No, it's about a stalker and stalker falling in love with the person that's talking, and the person that's talking falling in love with him. And
That's gay. It's
There's-
already gay.
there's nothing involved. There's
Rape.
involved. There's right. Sacrificing children.
Oh,
It quite literally makes reference to what's going on nowadays. Okay.
yeah, lovely.
Like, you know, I've mentioned this group to you called Q, right? Thing that my dad follows.
Going on?
Yeah. They have a publication that is book called and they're uncovering character. Yeah.
Okay, go to bed. You're not gonna want to get up. Almost 11.
And I'm almost on book of my series. I'm really hoping that fourth one comes out soon because I cry when it's over.
That's great. Go to bed. Go to bed. You're not gonna want to get up. Cooking's for be easy.
I've hurt now.
Yeah, you want it some? Keep kissing me, you'll get it. Oh, thank God someone's up here. keep resisting my shit, bro. Oh, you just don't. You're just not pretty shit. Okay. Vessels of tainted blood. Small bubbling cauldrons.
How you doing, man?
think it's SUI that's fucking me. SUI. Yeah, I think it was that. That looks way better. Yeah, that looks like. Okay, yeah, it was SUI. Yeah, fuck you, SUI. Little bitch. What am I at? 19. Oh, dude. No way, dude. What? Dude, oh my god, you fucking annoying bastards. Damn, dude.
Who you be, Elomar?
Vessels of blood. I don't even know where shit's at. See one. 10 of these suckers, yay. Vessels of tainted blood. Oh, there's one. There's another. Let me guess, they're all around. Where dudes are at. Seeing right here. Not inside these things, are they? That's what I was checking. Okay. Oh. Any? Oh, I do see one. 2 over here. Okay. Worth, yes. Boy, this quest sucks dick. Eek. Oh, there's one right here. Look at that. Cauldron Beauty. BTF. Over here? Really? None? Literally none? Let's run this way. Another. There. I was gonna say like the fuck. Where you at, bruh? You down there? About to fart in your mouth, dude. About to fart in that mouth, you know what I'm saying, bruh? Let's get up. Got his ass. Got his ass like sea bass. One more. Yeah, boy. Alright, I won't keep killing you, little man. Smacking that ass, smacking that ass. Like a sea bass, like a sea bass. Yeah, buddy. Fucking farting on nerds, bro. Small silver bucket of tools. 230. Okay. Oh my. Be quiet, please. Shoo-be-doo-be-doo, where are you? These still don't.
An upper-lower split sounds awesome until you realize how fucking long it takes to hit every single upper body muscle group appropriately. I will be going back to a push-pull. I'm not going to the gym for 2 hours anymore.
2 to 3 sets for chest, 4 to 5 sets for back, and then 2 sets for shoulders, biceps, and triceps. Some people can even get away with 1 set here. If an upper body session takes you much more than an hour, it's because you're cramming in unnecessary exercises and too many total sets, which is not only a waste of time, but could even end up hurting your results rather than helping them. 6 total exercises can get the job done, maximum 8, and to get in more exercise variety, you can just rotate between an upper A and an upper B. But if you have the right structure dialed in, upper-lower is one of, if not the best splits you can do for maximizing your gains. It's actually my personal favorite. It's the #1 program people use inside TrainWise, and if you want the exact setup, you can get started at trainwiseapp.com.
An upper-lower split sounds awesome until you realize how fucking...
Hey, look, I released the footage and I don't know, the response was a little not what I thought it would be, okay? I don't know, maybe I am going crazy. I thought if I released my security footage that you know, that would be it. Everyone would see that I wasn't making this up, but I'm reading the comments and I see that everyone thinks, you know, I'm still crazy and that this is a big joke and whatever, that I'm making it up or that that's me, and the people are saying that's me. And
What do you think it's me? What are we talking about?
the costume or my brother or whatever, so I don't know, maybe this is a big flop, you know. I was just trying to get the information out and I don't know, I guess people don't want to believe that they won't believe. There are some of you There are some of you that are on my side and There are some of you that are on my side and know I'm not making this up. So I don't know. Maybe I just delete the account and just try to forget that this happened. I delivered on what I said I was going to deliver on, but maybe that's not enough. So maybe we just end this. I don't know.
Hey, what are we talking about?
Hey, look, I released the footage and I don't know, the response is a little not what I thought it would be. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I am going crazy. I thought if I released my security footage that you know, that would be it. Everyone would see that I wasn't making this up, but I'm reading the comments and I see that everyone thinks, you know, I'm still crazy and that this is a big joke and whatever, that I'm making it up or that that's me, and that people are saying that's me and a costume or my brother or whatever. So I don't know, maybe this is a big flop. You know, I was just trying to get the information out and I don't know. I guess people don't want to believe that they won't believe. There are some of you.
It looks so fake.
There are some of you that are on my side and know I'm not making this up. So I don't know. Maybe I just delete the account and just try to forget that this happened. I delivered on what I said I was going to deliver on, but maybe that's not enough. So maybe we just end this. I don't know.
Hello, you beautiful bunch. If you remember, recently I covered a story about James Franco. James Franco is this Hollywood superstar, okay? He was going viral. People were concerned about his mental health, potentially. So he just started this TikTok channel or page, whatever you want to call it, and started to insinuate some really strange things were happening to him and that he couldn't talk about it, and people are watching him and his friends think he's crazy, but he's got proof of something, and he was keeping it really weird, hush hush, right? I covered it, I did a video on it. Now please go and check that out because it will give you the backstory of it all. But then in this he was saying 7/13. Well, 7/13 was the day that he was going to prove to everybody that he wasn't mental, right? That in fact he had an alien in his shed. We've got the footage. We've got the footage, okay? This is a quick update because there has been times before in the past where people have said to me occasionally, not all the time, but occasionally, if a story fizzles out or something gets debunked or something like that, I tend to not cover it. So this is me covering it, okay? Not to say I'm debunking it, right? You be the judge. But straight off the bat, I thought something was a bit off. I thought this was going to be some sort of promotion for a new movie or literally something to get his socials up, his TikTok up or something like that. I'm not too sure, but something didn't seem quite right. And I've got to be honest with you, even though he's a great actor, I don't know whether it's because of his acting experience. I'm looking at it and I'm picking up acting, right? I don't know. There were certain gestures he was doing that seemed over exacerbated and, you know, just, I don't know, it just seemed a little bit acting, like, you know? Anyway, so my red flags went up. I'm not going to show you loads of different types of videos, just the recent 3, okay? Now, this is him, I don't know where, it looks like somewhere in Europe, to be honest with you. Check this out.
I won't tell you where I am, but I'm going to talk to my friend, and I'll get a little confirmation that this shit is real, okay?
Like, you can still see his shirt. It's all like all tatted and ripped up and stuff. Maybe that's a style now. I don't know.
Hello? Hey, did you see the videos? I'm worried for you. What? I'm worried. What do you mean you're worried? You go too far. You go too far.
He says, I'm worried for you. You're going too far. Now, I've got to be honest with you. Between these two, this guy, his friend, seems a better actor than, or acting better than he is right now.
Slow down. What?
You have to slow down.
I would think, hey, I would think of anyone that you would believe me. What are you on? You know I'm sober. I don't do anything. I know. Not anymore. No, come on.
Like, you can genuinely see in this guy's eyes that he's concerned. And I think that the whole acting thing, I'm sorry to keep on going on about that, but when you talk like that, right? Yeah, but, you know, I thought out of everybody, you'd believe me, you know? It seems over intense. So it makes me think you're acting here, right? But this guy here, he seems genuinely concerned.
You go too far. You go too far. Slow down. What? You must slow down. No, but I would think, hey, I would think of anyone that you would believe me. What are you on? You know I'm sober. I don't do anything. I know. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Come on.
Come on. Yeah, seriously. It's becoming too tense, no?
This is France.
You don't believe me?
I think he's in Paris.
What you just talked about now? You don't believe me? Well, why are you filming? Because I need somebody to believe me. Nobody believes me. In the States, nobody believes me. Huh? You don't believe me? What you just told me now. All right, I don't even want to post this shit. Come on. You don't... Sorry. Hey. No, come on. That's fine. You have to believe me. Are you in disclosure day or what? No, seriously.
Is this disclosure day or what?
It's not fucking disclosure day. No. How many hours a day do you sleep? I'm jet lagged, but it doesn't matter. Go to sleep.
I've got on a serious note, I genuinely think that his friend, this is clearly a friend, right? You can see how comfortable he is with him. I genuinely think that he's concerned. I think he's genuinely concerned, I should say.
What the fuck? Nobody fucking believes. Come on, you're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. I'm not fucking with you. Please, man. Who can I talk to? Who was the guy you were talking to before? Which guy? Not the guy. I saw you doing weird things with talking with a weird guy. Oh, who's that guy? Who's that guy? You. I was talking to you. No. It's okay. All right. Fuck this.
Who's that weird guy?
This is fucked up.
Who's that weird guy that you were talking to? That's strange. That's really strange. Was it the cameraman? Because there was a section there where he's being recorded, both of them together, and he's holding the phone. He's being recorded by a cameraman. Maybe it was him? Who was it? That's odd. Alright, so let's look at the next one.
Can I ask you a question? Yes, please. Do you know about 713? 713.
This is blatantly just some random stranger he's just gone up to. He's gone, can you ask you a question? 713. What's 713? Can I ask you a question? Can I?
713. You never heard of it? No. You know what's gonna happen?
Unless that's the guy. That's the weird guy. This was posted afterwards. This is the weird guy that the matey said that he was speaking to. I'm not saying this guy's weird, right?
On 7/13. You're joking. You know what's gonna happen. Tell me more. Big reveal.
This guy's off his tits.
7/13. 7/13.
What was that? 2319 messenger? 2319 2319 messenger. Okay, so yeah, of course, 2319 messenger, right? This was a big thing back in his first videos. Even his name, James Franco 2319, is his TikTok, right? So the 2319 is basically a code red in the movie Pixar, in the movie Monsters Inc. Right? It says here, in Monsters Inc., a 2319 is the emergency code shouted out by CDA, Child Detection Agency, whenever a monster is contaminated by an item belonging to a human child. Right? Okay. Right, so I thought it was about when a human child goes into their monster's realm, but it's actually just an item, okay? But I suppose it could be a child coming through, yeah, or a human coming through. Anyway, that's what 2319 messenger means.
$713. 713. 713.
What is the
713? 713.
What is this as well an image of?
713. 713.
Mate, this guy is off his nuts.
You heard of it. You heard of it. I said yes. But now it's like you heard of it. Maybe you heard of it. I heard. You heard. Maybe. You heard of it. Maybe, but I'm not sure. But maybe. 713.
Fucking hell, this guy. What is going? I tell you what, though, he's well done for going viral over this, man. 713. Okay, so 713. Well, the day is here. Let's have a little look at the video.
Hey, the day is here. 7/13. That's July 13th, today. I promised you I was going to reveal something because I found something. It was thrust upon me. I didn't ask for this. Now, I've been through a lot, okay? I went on social media, you know, and I started talking about it. I didn't want to do that, okay? I didn't choose this. It was thrust upon me. I saw something and I thought, you know what? I can't keep this quiet. People have said I'm crazy. People said I'm trying to, I don't know whatever it is. You know, I've been through a lot. My account got hacked twice. People trying to shut me down so that I don't get this out. Okay, but I need to get this out for that very reason. The people. Hey,
what?
The day is here. And I don't know what. My account's out for that very reason. The people.
Hey, hang on. Where's his? I think okay. I saved it. Don't worry. I saved it. I saved it on my X account.
What?
Here we go. Did I? Where is it? Where's it gone? Hang on. What the hell? What? Let me look on X. Has the system taken it down? Okay, I think we got it.
I promised you I was going to reveal something because I found something. It was thrust upon me, people trying to shut me down so that I don't get this out, okay? But I need to get this out. For that very reason that people are trying to stop me, for that very reason, I fought to get the account back, and I felt like I owed it to you, to the people that are following me and are, you know, trusting that I in fact am, you know, I have material behind what I'm saying, right? I'm putting my money where my mouth is or whatever. Okay, enough. Here we go. 713. You wanted it, here it is. I delivered. Okay. Enough said.
A lot more footage dropping soon. It gets very crazy. This is just somebody with a tinfoil aluminium bloody sheet. Wrap was probably him. Wrapped it around himself with an alien head mask on. What? Oh, yeah. So there you go, James Franco. Thanks for releasing the alien footage. Now we can all say that aliens 100% do exist. All right? Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If he does any more crazy stuff, I probably won't let you know. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
In more recent years, many storm chasers remember 2020 and 2018 as the most lackluster years due to the overall low amount of photogenic tornadoes. 2016 is remembered as the best in recent years due to the excess of photogenic tornadoes and lower than average death toll. 2011 is remembered as the most devastating year due to the excessive killer tornadoes and extremely high death toll.
It's coming. A tornado warning remains in effect for some.
It begs the question, how do you think storm chasers will remember 2025?
Here we go.
My first shocking chase of the year was in my dining room.
Rop.
All right. My first tornado of the year was in the middle of nowhere, Texas, not hurting anybody.
Can you see it, babe? Get up here.
I can see it.
All right. The absence of roads made it near impossible to get closer shots.
Look, there it is. Look at it dancing in there. Okay.
We saved it.
Yeah.
Second tornado! gonna do it sucking.
East of Roswell, New Mexico, again, the absence of roads prevented me from getting any closer to the tornadoes and avoiding the punishing hail.
Still see it squirming in there. There it goes.
On May 16th, the deadliest tornado outbreak of the year unfolded. Around 2:40 in the afternoon, a supercell thunderstorm produced a tornado that grew to a mile wide as it tracked through St. Louis, Missouri. Rated an EF3, it damaged numerous homes and buildings, destroyed several, and claimed 4 lives.
Time is 4:01 and I saw a funnel cloud in there. It's in there.
Around an hour later, I was trying to keep up with a tornado racing across southern Missouri at more than 50 miles per hour. This storm produced an EF3 near the Kentucky border, damaging or destroying numerous homes and taking 2 lives. The supercell continued racing into Kentucky, dropping sporadic brief tornadoes, but after dark, the storm would unleash the deadliest tornado of the year. Near Jamestown, Kentucky, the long-tracking violent tornado began carving a path 60 miles long toward London, Kentucky. Numerous homes and a church were obliterated. Automobiles and several aircraft were thrown and landed. When it was finally over, at least 108 people were injured and 19 lost their lives, making it by far the deadliest tornado of 2025. The supercell that produced this horrific EF4 first developed around 12:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It tracked across southern Missouri and then the entire state of Kentucky until around 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, when it was finally overtaken by a squall line near the Virginia border. Astonishingly, this supercell maintained its identity for 12 hours as it traveled roughly 580 miles. Along with the St. Louis tornado, another deadly tornado in Linton, Indiana that killed 1 person, and the tornado I was covering in southeast Missouri, the total tornado-related death toll on May 16th would reach 26.
Did a tornado do all this? Was it rednecks?
The following day, a tornado wrapping in rain briefly touched down outside Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. Other than some broken tree limbs, no serious damage was reported.
Did you get the tornado earlier?
Did you?
Yeah! Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in.
Look at that. The following day, an anticyclonic rope tornado and a developing cyclonic tornado were again slipping away into unchaseable country.
About to be 2. Beautiful, look how snaky it is. Alright, we gotta go catch that other one now.
Downstream, however, the storm was sailing toward a workable road network serving the town of Arnett, Oklahoma.
Cool, got a good tornado.
On the open roads, if other storm chasers behind me are anxious to pass, I do my best to safely wave them around. This helps pass along courteous driving vibes and increases my chances of capturing viral video of their vehicles getting flung by the tornado.
Coming right over us. Watch those power lines. Let's admire that.
Like a giant drill bit, the skinny tornado tilled up farmland, trees, and power line poles as it approached Arnett. Moments before the EF-3 could carve into town, the leaning twister unraveled and vanished. However, the storm still had one more tornado up its sleeve, and with each passing minute, more and more arriving chasers began clogging the scene.
Damn, got nothing. Got nothing. That dude's awesome.
As the storm drifted away at roughly 30 miles per hour, the chaser horde was in hot pursuit, moving roughly 2.5 miles per hour.
Don't hit it, don't hit it. Oh man, I gotta take it to a pond or something.
On May 25th, the entire chaser horde was invading Matador, Texas. Roadside parking spaces quickly evaporated as chasers watched the expected supercell struggle to organize strong, low-level rotation. As the storm interacted with other cells, it devolved into a messy, high precipitation mode, and it seemed every chaser in the world was there to watch it sputter. Everyone except atmospheric scientist Dr. Anton Simon's chase team. Over a field of flowers, a well-lit, high-based, low-precipitation supercell was producing a strong, slow-moving tornado, not hurting anybody.
What a beauty.
This is amazing.
Oh my gosh. My favorite tornado. Incredible ground circulation. Thanks for that when I wrote back OMFG.
Good call today.
You made the call. This is yours. This is all yours, Tracy.
How many tornadoes you see this year?
2 so far.
How many tornadoes you seen this year?
I saw so many tornadoes. I've seen at least like 4. I'm so excited. This is like 2 years combined. Amazing.
We got a funnel cloud reaching for the ground.
Hold over by the radar truck.
Okay, funnel is lifted.
Copy that.
Okay, we have another possible tornado spinning up on the right end.
We see a ground circulation on the right. And on the left as well.
You think to take long tunnel right now?
Yeah, filming the old occluded one, hoping for a rope out here.
Alright, it's rotating to the east now.
Near Morton, Texas, a monster red tornado churned beneath a ghostly white cyclone.
Come on.
Like a scene straight out of a Mad Max film, a handful of chasers tore down the dirt road in pursuit of the madness. Or perhaps it wasn't Texas, and was Jupiter.
southern route, maybe. Oh, power lines down. Oh. Gotta go. Gotta go. Here it comes. We have another tornado.
After several large tornadoes threatened small towns across the region, 2 simultaneous tornadoes threatened the much larger city of Lubbock.
This storm is moving very slow into Lubbock. Hopefully it'll die before it gets into town.
How many tornadoes did you see this year?
4.
How many tornadoes did you see this year?
56.
11. I saw 8 tornadoes.
You like that power line going through my shot? Isn't that pretty? It's called laziness. I could move forward, but... Shut up. That's pretty. You think you're freaky.
Lost satellite reception.
After a good chase day, chasers often bump into each other at a random town's only open restaurant.
How many tornadoes did you see this year?
I did not keep track of them. I got 6. 2. 0. 4.
I technically walked in one. So 1.
There they show off their greatest photos and tell amazing storm stories.
What was your favorite tornado this year? How many tornadoes have you seen?
Oh my gosh, 7.
Have you really?
Yeah, seriously.
Wow, what was your favorite?
The huge wedge out near Morton. That was our
there.
favorite. Were you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing. It's been my dream my whole entire life since I was 7 years old to see a tornado, so this has been a dream come true.
As if seeing 7 tornadoes wasn't already dreamy enough, Jamila was about to be treated to a rare mothership supercell at sunset. As May faded into June, the rhythm of chasing became a familiar loop. Dusty old towns, fuel pumps, hotels, and breathtaking storms drifting by like old postcards.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Head northwest on County Road 311 toward County Road 307.
Just need to get past the power lines. And then it's so creepy.
How tornadoes you got?
22.
Whoa!
Yay, my first year.
Just out of frame, I think I missed it.
Boom! Got that one. Got another one. Boom! 2 right there. Here it comes. Hit me.
Pretty storm today. I got some lightning hit some turbines, and there was a baby deer in the road, and there was a tiny, tiny little horse. I threw it an apple, but it didn't see the apple. But after a long chase day, it's nice to get some food and come back to the hotel and get some rest. Or not.
After another long, active chase season, on June 18th, I was content to head back home to the Gulf of Mexico and watch the lightning storms that tend to light up my backyard this time of year.
It's on the ground behind us.
Daniel Shaw headed to North Dakota and on June 20th documented numerous tornadoes, including later that night the return of the EF5.
The RFD's deadly. Give it a bit of space.
Potentially deadly tornado is on the ground.
Silhouetted in a spectacular lightning show, a large tornado rapidly intensified.
I think I see it on the left.
Meteorologist Max Mueller was also on the scene.
Oh my God, that's monstrous.
As the tornado swooped around the town of Enderlin, it grew to over a mile wide. Numerous hardwood trees were debarked, many scoured down to stubs, and transmission towers were toppled. Several homes were destroyed, including one that was obliterated and swept clean off the foundation. 3 people were killed. The tornado struck a stopped train, tipping and derailing multiple cars, including 19 fully loaded with grain. One empty tanker was tossed 600 to 1,000 feet. With assistance from several engineering experts, including the legendary storm chaser Tim Marshall, the National Weather Service estimated wind speeds over 210 miles per hour, earning this tornado the first EF5 rating in over 12 years. By June 28th, the incredible tornado season was still far from finished. Near Gary, South Dakota, the chaser horde was dazzled by this wild twister.
Just stand there, it's not even moving.
In 2025, over 1,500 tornadoes have been tallied in the United States. Of those, I managed to catch 20. As usual, the late-season tornadoes way up north slipped past me. But in Indonesia, I scored Komodo dragons. In the Caribbean, I got to swim in bioluminescent algae.
So cool!
And I finally completed my first book.
It's called Storm, Chasing Nature's Wildest Weather. How many tornadoes do you see this year?
I think I lost count.
Wow. In regards to photogenic tornadoes, many chasers agree. 2025 will be remembered as the best year since 2016. Thanks for watching, friends. Till next time, happy trails. Every year, people from all
I feel like he changed. Like, they clearly have something on him where they can control him, and there's no way they would let him get to that level of wealth without having control on him.
Well, he made a comment about Israel, and that's when he changed.
How do you hope the current war in Israel and Gaza comes to an end?
I would recommend that Israel engage in the most conspicuous acts of kindness possible. Everything. If you're not going to just outright commit genocide, like against an entire people, which obviously would not be acceptable to really shouldn't be acceptable to anyone, then you're going to leave basically a lot of people alive who subsequently, hate Israel. So really the question is, like, for every Hamas member that you kill, how many did you create? And if you create more than you killed, you've not succeeded. That's the real situation there. If you kill somebody's child in Gaza, you've made at least a few Hamas members who will die just to kill an Israeli.
Somebody tweeted something about, like, Jews are predominantly the messengers of anti-white hate, and he said this is the actual truth or something. It was like something like pretty aggressive, and it was like there were some news articles about it or whatever, and then they started pulling the sponsors, and he told Bob Iger to go fuck himself, and he like took this stand. They marched him over to Israel, and then all of a sudden he was like with Netanyahu and this whole fucking thing, and Ben Shapiro.
Could you imagine having to go Bridge Man of the World and you have to go on a tour with Ben Shapiro?
But I'm just telling you that there was a pivotal point there where, like, he went from the, go fuck yourself guy.
Right when I saw it. That's right when I saw the change.
I feel like he changed. Like, they clearly have something on him where they can control him, and there's no way they would let him get to that level of wealth without having control on him.
Well, he made a comment about Israel, and that's when he changed.
How do you hope the current war in Israel and Gaza comes to an end?
I would recommend.
And with the defensive dispel, Ret Paladin takes on some additional responsibility. Shadowlands. Classes aren't nearly as face roll, and you can't just log in and expect to automatically win every game. The biggest mistake players make when playing Classic for the first time is choosing a new class, only to be crushed by its high skill cap. So today, we will help you avoid this blunder by showing you which classes are easy to pick up for the first time, and which ones are meant for the most hardcore players. Even if you disagree with some of our opinions, your choice of main is guaranteed to have a direct impact on how easy or hard your time climbing the ladder will be. Just like how the choice to use skillcap.com/wow can make your rating gains easy thanks to our 400 rating guarantee. That's right, we're so confident in our promise that you'll get a full refund if you don't see results within 6 months. How are we so confident, you might ask? Well, it's simply because we've spent the last few months working with the most hardcore players who have tens of thousands of hours playing Wrath of the Lich King to get you ahead of the competition the moment Wrath launches. With guides that show you how to deal the highest damage, along with arena commentaries from literally the best Wrath players in the world, you'll have everything you need to dominate even your hardest matchups. Best of all, one subscription gets you access to Wrath Classic, Shadowlands, and eventually Dragonflight. So with nothing to lose and everything to gain, head on over to skillcap.com/wow and sign up today with a special discount link in the description below. Alright, back to the video. First things first, let's go over some criteria on what it means to be easy. Generally speaking, it means having a low skill floor, which is different than a skill cap or skill ceiling. So what's the difference? A spec having a low skill floor means it's easy to pick up. Even without technical mastery or nuanced game knowledge, you can still do fairly well, which obviously takes into consideration how strong the spec is at its core. If a spec is easy to pick up but is absolute trash, well, that means an increased level of difficulty. Finally, when thinking about the difficulty of each spec, it's important to consider the strength of its abilities. Does every ability have high impact? Does the spec have mechanics that are forgiving? Is it expected to multitask, or can it get away with doing a single thing? These are all important questions to consider. But enough of that, let's dive in. We will start with the easiest melee in no particular order. Here you will find Enhancement Shamans. Now you might be asking, how can a hybrid be easy? Doesn't it have a lot to do? While mechanics like Grounding Totem and Wind Shear are important, their low CD makes them pretty difficult to mess up repeatedly. Combine that with the fact that Enhance is designed for short, bursty, front-loaded games in comps like Beastcleave, and it becomes more of a one-trick than anything else. The same is true for Frost DK. Most of their utility comes in the form of Hungering Cold, doing small 1-minute setups while trying to keep momentum or kite away in between. Again, this is definitely a unitasking role for any melee, and when you combine this short instant cast AoE CC with a relatively streamlined damage rotation, Frost DKs are quite easy, despite being weaker than their unholy counterparts. Finally, for easy melee, we have both Prot Warriors and Prot Paladins. Yes, you are fairly likely to encounter both of these, but probably not until later seasons. So, what makes them easy? Well, for one, they are both really durable into physical damage while having straightforward utility spells. Prot Warriors in particular can just stay in defensive stance, having access to intervene, interrupts, and stuns the entire time without needing to stance too often, which makes resource management much simpler. Prot Paladins, on the other hand, might have a slightly more involved utility role thanks to having a magic dispel, but outside of this, it's more or less the same story. They do well into melee, but might struggle into casters, all while having a relatively easy damage rotation and very little resource management. And with our easy melee out of the way, let's look at the moderately difficult spread of melee DPS. First up, we have Unholy DK, which prompts an obvious question: how could Frost be easy while Unholy be more difficult? Of course, they have insanely strong CD with Summon Gargoyle. No doubt about it, this is one of the best offensive cooldowns in the entire game, but keeping up pressure outside of Gargoyle is one thing that sets good and bad DKs apart. They also have slightly more in terms of team-wide utility, with Anti-Magic Zone being Unholy exclusive. Without a Mortal Strike effect and with actual pet management, Unholy is tangibly more difficult than its Frost counterpart. Next up, we have Ret Paladins. Just like Protection, the majority of their difficulty is tied to utility, but unlike Prot, they are squishier overall. One of the biggest adjustments when playing Paladin in general is getting the most value out of Revenging Wrath, which unlike later expansions can actually be dispelled or spell stolen in PvP. Ret also has a slightly more involved role to play compared to Protection, as it has Repentance on top of Hammer of Justice. And once again, with the defensive dispel, Ret Paladin takes on some additional responsibilities and will need to actively monitor debuffs on their team. Finally, we have Arms Warrior. Just like Ret Paladin, Arms has a bit of nuance, which makes it more difficult than its Protection counterpart. The biggest difference is stance dancing. Unlike Prot Warriors, who can do most of their rotation and utility in the same stance, Arms needs to utilize all three stances quite regularly, whether it be swapping to D-stance for Intervene or Disarm, or going into Berserker for Intercept and Pummel. Now, of course, a lot of these abilities can be macroed, but there is still a rage penalty for swapping stances, meaning that resource management is a bit more complicated for Arms Warriors. And finally, Arms has a very unique form of maintenance thanks to Unrelenting Assault, which activates as a healing reduction or spell damage reduction debuff on enemy targets only when Overpower is used during spellcasts. This essentially means Arms Warriors will have to do more than just interrupt casts, but carefully time damage globals into them as well. That brings us to the hardest melee to play in Wrath, which includes a class that may surprise you if you're coming from retail. It's Rogue. Look, we could have split each Rogue spec into their own sections, but the class as a whole suffers from one huge problem, that it is relentlessly unforgiving. For one, they are one of the squishiest classes in the game, which means taking extra care as to how and when defensive cooldowns are used, especially Vanish, which will break on damage immediately, unlike more modern expansion. Their resource system is much different than it is in retail WoW, with positional requirements and combo points being locked to a single target, combined with the need to properly manage energy to avoid dead globals. And adding to their complexity is the fact that there is no glyph of blind, which means that blind won't remove dots when applied, making it more difficult to use in team play. Out of all three specs, Sub is probably the most forgiving defensively thanks to preparation and access to Shadow Step, but once again, the class as a whole is pretty brutal if you're coming from Shadowlands Rogue experience. Finally, we have the last melee on our list, Feral Druid. Pretty much everything we mentioned with Rogue also applies to Feral. Just like Rogue, combo points are tied to a single target with energy and positioning needing to be managed to avoid dead globals. This time, however, there's another resource to manage, mana, which Feral Druids actually need to spend with their predatory swiftness procs and to shift out of slows. With melee out of the way, it's time to look at ranged, starting with what might be the easiest spec for Season 5. Beast Mastery Hunters take this first spot. There are a few things that are certain in life. Death, taxes, and BM being insanely easy. We predict that it might be one of the strongest ranged specs in Season 5, as players will have significantly less health and resilience, making BM Hunter damage incredibly overtuned. Unlike its sister specs, BM is fairly one-trick. It isn't really designed for setups since it lacks Scattershot and Wyvern Sting, and instead is more budgeted to press the W key while slamming Bestial Wrath, Rapid Fire, and Aimed Shot into kill targets, all while having some CC immunity thanks to the Beast Within. Combined, BM is just well suited for easy play. You aren't really required to think hard about your decisions since your entire toolkit is designed to live fast and die young. Following Hunter, we have one of the biggest meta giants for Wrath PvP, and that is Destro Warlock. Remember earlier when we said that being easy can be as simple as all your spells having high impact? Well, that's Destro. Obviously, its bread and butter is Chaos Bolt, which does enormous damage with a relatively short cast time given appropriate haste values, and unlike Affliction, Destro has a much easier time setting up damage thanks to Shadow Fury, which is instant in Wrath of the Lich King. Aside from its well-budgeted offensive toolkit, Destro Warlock defense is nothing short of amazing into other casters, thanks to Nether Protection combined with Soul Link. Overall, you can't really go wrong playing one of the most destructive wizards of any expansion. With such an over-budgeted offensive toolkit, doing damage and landing kills is relatively straightforward, making Destro an excellent meta pick for an easy arena experience. And rounding out easy ranged is another meta titan, Elemental Shaman. In many ways, the same strength of Destro can also apply to Ellie. It doesn't matter what button you press on your action bar, it is bound to do something useful. One of the best strengths of Elemental is that it has multiple damage spell schools, with Lava Burst being its most threatening spell, which even has some talented dispel protection and is lockout independent of its off heals and utility. Ellie Shamans also come equipped with some passive bulkiness thanks to Astral Shift, and have an incredibly efficient kiting or peeling tool with an instant Earthbind root. Honestly, there's a lot to talk about with Elemental Shaman, but the biggest takeaway is that they really aren't bad at anything. Of course, with such an expansive toolkit, Ellie might have a relatively high skill cap, but if you're looking to pick up something that is guaranteed to do well, Elemental Shaman is for you. This brings us to our moderately difficult range DPS, which is shared by two hybrids. The first is Balanced Druid. Let's establish one thing, that Boomkins kinda suck. The spec is more or less a true one-trick, having decent pressure during Starfall and Treants, and then falling off faster than Blizzard's nerfs to Affliction Warlocks in Shadowlands Season 3. It's this quick burnout that gives Balanced Druids a slot in moderate difficulty. If they didn't run out of steam so fast, they might actually be a bit more complicated. Outside of that though, they are fairly easy to pick up. Doing damage with your CDs is relatively autopilot, but the sheer weakness of the spec is what harshly limits it from being a truly easy experience. Finally, we have Shadow Priests. Shadow is actually quite interesting because it has all the makings of a high-tier wizard, but encounters a few difficulties early into the expansion. One of those difficulties is mana. Shadow Priests, like some other casters, won't truly flourish until Solace of the Fallen is available later on. Without this trinket, the biggest difficulty Shadow will have is managing mana. Overall though, Shadow Priest functions very similar to Ret Paladin, and needs to pay close attention to magic debuffs on their team since they come with the ability to defensively dispel, adding some complexity to arena gameplay. Aside from that, however, they are a relatively straightforward caster with some unique control options, making them perfect for someone who wants a bit of a challenge in Wrath PvP. And speaking of challenges, we've arrived at the ultra hard level for ranged DPS. First up, we have Marks and Survival Hunters. Now, you might be wondering, how can BM be easy while these other two specs be that much harder? Well, as we mentioned, BM is designed to do one thing. It is literally just one of the most destructive wizards of any expansion. With such an over-budgeted offensive toolkit, doing damage and landing kills is relatively straightforward, making Destro an excellent meta pick for an easy arena experience. And rounding out easy ranged is another meta titan, Elemental Shaman. In many ways, the same strength of Destro can also apply to Ellie. It doesn't matter what button you press on your action bar, it is bound to do something useful. One of the best strengths of Elemental is that it has multiple damage spell schools, with Lava Burst being its most threatening spell, which even has some talented dispel protection and is lockout independent of its off heals and utility. Ellie Shamans also come equipped with some passive bulkiness thanks to Astral Shift, and have an incredibly efficient kiting or peeling tool with an instant Earthbind root. Honestly, there's a lot to talk about with Elemental Shaman, but the biggest takeaway is that they really aren't bad at anything. Of course, with such an expansive toolkit, Ellie might have a relatively high skill cap, but if you're looking to pick up something that is guaranteed to do well, Elemental Shaman is for you. This brings us to our moderately difficult range DPS, which is shared by two hybrids. The first is Balance Druid. Let's establish one thing, that Boomkins kinda suck. The spec is more or less a true one-trick, having decent pressure during Starfall and Treants, and then falling off faster than Blizzard's nerfs to Affliction Warlocks in Shadowlands Season 3. It's this quick burnout that gives Balance Druids a slot in moderate difficulty. If they didn't run out of steam so fast, they might actually be a bit more complicated. Outside of that though, they are fairly easy to pick up. Doing damage with your CDs is relatively autopilot, but the sheer weakness of the spec is what harshly limits it from being a truly easy experience. Finally, we have Shadow Priests. Shadow is actually quite interesting because it has all the makings of a high-tier wizard, but encounters a few difficulties early into the expansion. One of those difficulties is mana. Shadow Priests, like some other casters, won't truly flourish until Solace of the Fallen is available later on. Without this trinket, the biggest difficulty Shadow will have is managing mana. Overall though, Shadow Priest functions very similar to Ret Paladin, and needs to pay close attention to magic debuffs on their team since they come with the ability to defensively dispel, adding some complexity to arena gameplay. Aside from that, however, they are a relatively straightforward caster with some unique control options, making them perfect for someone who wants a bit of a challenge in Wrath PvP. And speaking of challenges, we've arrived at the ultra hard level for range DPS. First up, we have Marks and Survival Hunters. Now, you might be wondering, how can BM be easy while these other two specs be that much harder? Well, as we mentioned, BM is designed to do one thing. It is literally just a press W and win or lose type spec without much nuance. On the other hand, Marks and Survival focus more on control, setting up kills with Scattershot, Freezing Arrow, and Wyvern Sting. And with this, Marks gains an additional difficulty curve since it is the only spec with an interrupt. But perhaps the biggest difficulty when playing any Hunter spec is that they simply die. Some might even argue that they are the squishiest ranged class in the game, with only a clunky deterrence as their primary personal defensive, into which rogues can conveniently cheap shot and warriors can spam overpower. Take all of this combined, and the Hunter class as a whole is a true glass cannon, and if you are up to the challenge, then Marks or Survival might be for you. Nearing the end of range DPS, we have Affliction Warlock. Now, you also might be wondering how Destro would be easy and Affliction so much harder. Well, let's break it down. For one, the spec requires a bit more pet control. Destro Warlocks can get away with playing a Succubus who can literally turn invisible and autocast CC. But Affliction is played with a Fell Hunter almost exclusively since they need to dot multiple targets to open up kill windows. Fell Hunters are not easy pets to properly manage. Of course, they have an interrupt, but the true skill is managing their defensive dispel. Yes, that's right, Fell Hunters can dispel magic debuffs off friendly targets. This makes them a huge asset for their team, all the while making pet management significantly more important since Affliction Warlocks are essentially half of a player without a pet. And finally, what might be the hardest class in the entire game, Mage. If you have been a retail-only player for the past few expansions, you might be ready in the comments to absolutely roast us for telling you Mage is hard, but hear us out. Much of the easiness of the modern Mage meta is the fact that they became tanks from Mists of Pandaria onwards. In Wrath, they are not very tanky at all, with limited shields, barely any passive damage mitigation, and a single defensive cooldown. This means you can't just run on top of the enemy team for CC, you have to be much more tactical. This includes making sure you use Blink properly. If you blink at the wrong time or in the wrong direction, that usually means you'll be stuck there for a while with players training you. Not to mention that mages are one of the few classes with multiple DR categories, having polymorph, roots, and of course a stun. When this is all coupled by a very limited mana bar, mages have a lot to deal with, and are generally considered the hardest class in Wrath of the Lich King. Finally, it's time to go over healers, starting with the easiest. This first slot belongs to Holy Paladin. First of all, they are widely considered the best healer in Wrath of the Lich King, which intrinsically makes them easier. There were multiple quality of life improvements to Holy Paladin between Wrath and TBC, most notably more instant healing. Paladins are also the healer most reflective of modern-day expansions, as one of the few healing classes with multiple defensive CDs. You guessed it, this means Paladins are able to rotate cooldowns, which practically no other healer is capable of. Outside of this though, they just have some insane passives, whether it be something as simple as spell resistance or autoplay mechanics like Sacred Cleansing. Trailing slightly behind are Discipline Priests. Now, you might be thinking, wait a second skill cap, priests have Shadow Word Death. That is a skill ability, right? Maybe in 2009, but not today, when every player treats every single arena game like their life depends on it. Priests are somewhat susceptible to getting trained, but since they usually play RMP, they automatically have some healing tools at their disposal. But as a saving grace, their healing is quite easy to do, with Penance arguably being the strongest healing spell in the game. Now let's move on to the only moderately difficult healer, which belongs to Resto Druid. As one of the only healers with actual mobility, Druids can avoid much of the problems that other healers encounter, especially when it comes to getting trained and avoiding CC. The Druid healing rotation is actually quite easy, and for the most part, they can rely almost exclusively on instant cast HOTS to carry HPS. But the true difficulty in Druid is tied into Cyclone, which is arguably one of the most complex spells to master. Unlike more recent expansions, Resto Druid in Wrath needs to be a bit more involved with their team and needs to actively do things on offense, especially Cyclone. So, with an easy healing rotation combined with complex offensive and defensive play, Resto Druids make a great class for someone who appreciates being both challenged and powerful at the same time. And finally, we've arrived at the hardest healer, Resto Shaman. Again though, like other classes on this list, that is mostly due to the fact that they kinda suck. You might be suggesting we are wrong because Shamans bring Bloodlust, and that means they must be really good. Well, that's really the only time they are good. If Bloodlust fades or is dispelled, or even worse, spells stolen, Resto Shamans instantly become bad. This is mostly due to the fact that their healing is just way weaker than other healers, causing them to quickly fall behind under pressure. And with that, we want to know how you did. Were your opinions in line with ours? Let us know what you think is the most difficult class in Wrath in the comments below. But before we go, you really don't want to miss this opportunity to get a massive head start in the competition with our 400 rating gain guarantee. Our courses and arena commentaries have everything you need to help you reach your goals. Regardless of how easy or hard your class is to play, we've got you covered. So head on over to skillcap.com/wow and sign up today to start your journey to Gladiator. Alright guys, that about wraps it up for this one, and once again hit that subscribe button to stay up to date with all Wrath of the Lich King and Dragonflight news. As always though, we want to thank you all for watching. See you soon.
Everyone, my name is Apex, and today we will be doing a top 8 list for the easiest comps to get high rated in 3v3 arenas in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. So the two factors I'm going to be using to rank them is how easy the comp is overall, as well as how strong it is. So for instance, you might see a comp higher in this list that's not as good as one lower, but that's just because it's much easier to play. Therefore, it'll be a lot easier to get high rated with it.
Scooby-Doo, you feeling okay?
Up at number 8, we have Scooby-Doo Cleave. This is your Rogue, Paladin, and Discipline Priest. There is a lot of flexibility, though, with what the Paladin and Rogue can play. Basically, the Paladin can play Ret, Prague, or even Prot, although I do think the Ret, Prague version is much better, as you really need the support that those bring, as Prot doesn't really have the good off-healing that the other two do. Then for the Rogue, he can be Assassination or Subtlety, although I do think the Subtlety version is a lot better, because with this Shadow Dance burst damage that can come, plus the Ret/Prague's burst, it ends up killing a lot of things, and of course you still have MS, which is the main thing the Rogue's bringing besides his CC. So the way this comp plays is the Rogue just runs in, saps somebody. If they manage to get a sap and then they're able to cheap shot someone or Darrow into an opener, then the Pally just runs in real quickly, and the Priest spam dispels, maybe even open with a Shadow Fiend, and then indeed if they can get a block or bubble really quickly, then you can just kill a Holy Pally, kill a Mage like instantly. This comp's very, very explosive. It's mostly scary during the Shadow Dance, so it's going to be your first Shadow Dance, and then if they make it to the second, which they usually would, it can only really lose if the game's going somewhat long and they're able to peel, or if they're against like a melee cleave is able to keep the healer alive, or just out pressure with the massive damage, like let's say maybe it's a warrior in a DK or something along those lines. This comp is very, very good, and it's not that hard to play because a lot of times your opponents aren't even playing. Your Priest is just dispelling everything they got, your Rogue's making two people not play, and your Pally's just pumping damage.
Wimp, oh, you think you can handle it?
Frost Mage, Shadow Priest, and Resto Shaman. This comp benefits from Lust a lot and can do insane damage basically with the Lust as well as all the dispels. You actually have 5 dispels of global. You have Spell Steal, Spell Magic, which is 2, and then Purge, which is 2. So you can clean anybody pretty much instantly, so it makes it easy to swap. And then with all the slows and CC the Mage brings, you can pretty much keep one person CC'd, and sometimes you can even go with a Hex Poly and have 2 members of their team CC'd while you're just focusing one down. Of course, the one you're focusing can't really do much because he's slowed, maybe he's deep frozen, whatever. And then you have a lot of instant CC with Deep Freeze, Blanket, CS, which also has its own blanket. And then you can just do those into either Polys, Hexes, or Fears. And then you also have the range kick of the Shaman, which can help kill. So this comp's very strong. It's somewhat difficult to play in that you do still have to line up CC. However, the damage it can do and just the overall power level of this comp is very high. That's why I'm putting it at number 7. For number 6, I'll be pairing up 2 LSD and LSP. The only difference is the Resto Druid and the Holy Pally. Basically, though, they both play an Elemental Shaman, and then the lock is typically Destro. However, they can be Affliction, but we're just going to assume this is the Destro variant. And LSD version needs more CC coordination, versus the Holy Pally version can just heal pretty much non-stop and just maybe throw out a Hodge every now and then. This comp's just extremely powerful. It's one of the best comps in the game, both variants. And you can kill anything pretty much every 10-15 seconds with your Chaos Vulcan Flag, Shadow Burn, Lava Burst, Chain Lightning, everything just hitting at the exact same time while they're all stunned with the Shadow Fury. So things die very quickly all the time. You don't even need Mortal Strike. And then you have Defensive Dispel with your Warlock typically using Fell Hunter. And then you have Tremor, Wind Shear, Grounding, all the stuff that the Shaman brings, as well as just being another healer. And these 2 comps are a nightmare to deal with. It's still somewhat difficult to play, both variants, but the power level of this comp is almost the highest on this whole list, and that's why it will go on the 6th spot. Number 5, we have Kitty Cleave. This is your Arms Warrior, Feral Druid, and your Holy Pally. This comp basically just tunnels one target into the ground, typically a healer, but it can be a caster, sometimes like a Frost Mage or a Warlock or an Elemental Shaman. And essentially the way this plays is they just run in as fast as possible, just tunnel one guy with Mortal Strike, Unrelenting Assault, either cut their damage down a lot or tunnel the healer, prevent him from healing, and take him out. With Freedom, the instant clones that the Feral brings, as well as things like SI, Barkskin, then your warrior has Wall and Rage Gen, and then a Holy Pally just has a ton of cooldown he can run. So you can typically kill almost any healer, especially like a Disc Priest, versus it takes much longer for almost any comp to kill your Holy Pally, as Holy Pallies can live the longest with all the cooldowns they have. Beast Cleave. This comp is typically a Beast Mastery Hunter. They can play Marksman as well, but Beast Mastery works much better with the way this all synergizes. You have an Enhancement Shaman and then a Holy Pally. You can play it with a Disc Priest, but it seems like Holy Pally is the better variant, much more resilient. And essentially, this team just runs in. The Shaman spams Purge the entire time, throws his 5-second kick on cooldown, either on a caster to prevent CC, or just kicking every heal. Maybe they're tunneling the healer. So the healer really can't do anything with all the stuff on him. And basically they have 2 wolves out, and then the BM Hunter has his 1 super pet out, and that benefits from Bloodlust, and things are just dying. They're taking insane damage, as well as the Hunter providing the Mortal Strike with his instant cast aim shot in Wrath. It's not casted like it is in BC, and things will die. The main problem with this comp is after they've blown all their cooldowns at the beginning, you know, their wolves, their lust, their beast mastery, they kind of run out of gas. So if they don't get that kill early, or just right after all the cooldowns end, it's probably over. And also this comp seems to do a lot better in early Wrath compared to late. I think this is most likely due to the Beast Mastery Hunter not scaling as well with gear. For number 3, we have Vanguard's Cleave, popularized by the Ret Paladin Vanguards back in the original Wrath from Tychondrius. I actually had him on my server. I used to play on Horde Tychondrius back then, and I used to duel him all the time in Durtar, and he was amazing. He actually also raided a lot, so he had things like Shadowmourne and just almost all BIS PvE gear you could get back then, and he would run this comp. It is a DK, a Ret Paladin, and then a Disc Priest. Has no MS, however, with the offensive pressure that the DK and Ret bring, and then you add that in with the Dispelling and MD of the Priest, allows them to kill things like Paladins very quickly, Holy Pallies included, as well as Mages. And basically they just do nuts damage, and then the DK has a lot of his own survival, and then the Pally brings a lot of support. They have double defensive Dispel, which is huge, so he can help keep the Disc Priest up. You know, that way the Disc Priest can actually live through something like a TSG, because they can't, a TSG can't dispel Hand of Protection. So when you hit that, that's a 10-second hard defensive unless the warrior can get a Shattering Throw off, which is easy enough to disrupt with like a Fear, or Lossing, or Hodge, or Repent, or whatever. So this comp's very nice. It just is lacking the MS, which hurts a lot. So sometimes you're just out pressured by the enemy team. If they're running a Hunter or an Arms Warrior, that MS might be enough for them to outpressure you and take out your priest. And this comp is very good. I wouldn't say it's as good as some of the top tier comps, but you can do very well with it. And for number 2, we have Turbo Cleave. This is your Arms Warrior, Enhancement Shaman, and Holy Pally. You can play also with a Disc Priest or another healer, but you really need to have a Holy Pally or a Disc Priest for the Defensive Dispel. Typically, the Holy Pally is a lot better as they have the much higher survival. So you, the Arms Warrior or the Enhanced, you guys can go off and take out whatever you want, while you don't have to worry about your Holy Pally staying alive because he's not going to get soloed by a DK like a Disc Priest will, or at least not very quickly. So this comp essentially runs in, connects on somebody, makes whoever they're on a complete nightmare. That person, let's say it's a mage, they're not going to cast it all. They have Wind Shears coming at them constantly. They have the Warrior's 6-second kick. They have like Warrior Stun, Warrior's other stun, maybe a Fear. Then you have things like the Wolves, which can stun as well. And then it's hard for them to even be slowed because Enhancement Shamans have a talent where their Earthbind pulses, which slow, will also remove all slows off of them. And then they have Spirit Walk, which they can use twice during their wolves, which will remove all slows and roots on them. So it's really hard to even get any distance. So as the Frost Mage, you're just getting tunneled in the dirt. You eventually have to bubble. Then you're sitting in that, well, ice block, I mean. You're sitting in that ice block, and then the warrior starts throwing his weapon at you, breaks the bubble, and then the shaman's purging off all your shields so you don't get the ice barrier root. You don't get any absorption basically, and then you're very squishy so they can just chop you up really quickly. You may have just gotten healed back up to full in that ice block, but then you're going to go right back down to nothing if they're able to stay on you. So this comp is very strong. It's not as good as some of the top tier comps. However, the skill level required to play this comp is very low. I would actually say it's probably the lowest in this whole top 8 list, maybe next to Beast Cleave or Kitty Cleave. But it's still very strong. So I would say this will be one of your best bets, especially if you're like a newer player. And then for number 1, can we please get a drum roll, please, out there in the audience? And then, okay, some trumpets too. Thank you, thank you. Number 1 is ESG. This is your Arms Warrior, your DK, and your Holy Pally. The DK can even play Frost if he wants, but Unholy is really the powerful DK spec in this version of Wrath. Basically, the way this comp plays, the Arms Warrior and the DK run in as quick as possible, maybe sometimes even with Crusader Aura, so they get there quick. Sometimes they go under the map in Blade's Edge, or they take the other way around up the ramp, and they just connect on somebody, typically a healer. If it's a Disc Priest, they want to kill that almost always. It's very easy for them to kill Disc Priest. Both DKs and Arms Warriors can solo Disc Priest 1v1. When you get both of them combined, the priest is so dead, even with peels. They need extremely strong peels. They can have another teammate, like let's say an Ellie Shaman, like let's say they're playing Ellis Priest, and the Shaman's just healing the priest the entire time, but he'll still die easily through the 2 tunneling the priest. So this comp, it's very resilient. They can basically run over anybody. The only thing stopping them from actually getting a quick kill is that something can be popping hard cooldowns like an ice block or a bubble, and then the warrior is the only one who can get it off, and sometimes he can't. So they have this strategy where they can kill your healer before you can kill them always, as the Holy Pally is resilient enough that the Arms Warrior and DK Pressure will be able to kill any other healer before the other team can kill the Holy Pally. That's a huge edge they have, which forces the opponents to play in a way they typically have to be killing the Arms Warrior or the DK while peeling them. Sometimes they also go on like a caster, like a Frost Mage or a Warlock. They can kill them very quickly as well, even after the port. So DK can just Death Grip the Warlock back, or the Mage just blinked away, Death Grip them back, or the Warrior just charges over and the DK quickly gets over there. They also have Freedom on their team with the Holy Pally. Great support with him. Sacred Cleansing is amazing. It helps keep the melee from getting slowed, rooted, stunned sometimes. And that really messes up the caster's game plan, because all of a sudden you're planning on getting a Deep Freeze Poly, and then because of Sacred Cleansing being so broken, you throw a Deep Freeze on your kill target like the Warrior DK, and then it gets missed because that 30% miss chance, and everything falls apart, and then they're training you into the dirt, doing insane damage, Mortal Strikes on you as well, and you are dying very quickly, or your healer. So that is why this comp is number 1. It is also just one of the best comps in the game, period, through all of Wrath. So watch out for TSG, play this comp if you want, and that is my list. Thanks for watching, guys, and please subscribe if this was helpful. Hey everyone, it's Apex. So we're going to be covering the best comps and specs to play with for all of Wrath in 2s and 3s. So essentially, which this is a nice thing, for all of Wrath, first season all the way to the end, they have pretty much 2 to 3 amazing partners in 2s. They're strong the whole time, as well as 3s, and the partners overlap, which is great because that way you can actually play with your friends, coordinate where you're going to play in Wrath, and then build up that synergy throughout. So first off, we have Enhance and Prague/Ret. You're going to mostly play Prague unless you can't get your hands on a healer weapon. And yes, you do use a healer weapon. Anyone who's never heard this, basically Prague Paladin uses a really fast, low DPS healer weapon with a lot of spell power, and it does actually do a lot of damage. You're probably thinking, what? Why do you use a healer weapon? You attack really fast, and you have Reckoning, which gives you double procs. And then the faster you attack, the more crits you get. The more crits you get, the more Flashlight procs you get. And that's also why you can play without Crusader Strike and Divine Storm, because you're using so many of your globals pretty much on Cleanse and Flash of Light. So this comp's amazing, and the way it plays the whole time is it plays this